Time always flies. I swear. If I don't think about it, it always does. Now, in reality, short stream today for real. When I say that, then I wind up being. I did most of the grinding that I needed for the character, so. And I have determined that no matter what I do, without specific, I just don't think. Like, okay, so I did buy it. I kind of had to get the W engine for her. Now, here's the problem. I'm going to say this quite honestly, but it's like artifact grinding, as I said. Now, I found good ones, but okay. Here, if you change it, sure, it's better to go with random. I mean, I might need to change this one. That's the only thing I would change, but I don't think it changes much. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. 3%. She's not gonna have 1,000. The only way to get her to 1,000 defense is either have it here, or have it here, or have it here. And I don't think those roll that way. That's the thing. So 4, 5, and that. And in reality, I think the only thing better for this would be HP. Supposedly, but bear in mind. It'd be like that one. Quite honestly. Roughly about the goddamn same in reality. I don't even think that even makes a difference. Because, like, you're supposed to have HP and you're supposed to have HP, but let's say I conduct an experiment. If anything, never double down on fucking insanity. You know? Sure. Give her more HP and give her more shit. Because her attack scales off totally. Her attack scales kind of off the total, like, her ability and her sheer force scales off her HP. Now, this is the problem of. I'm actually curious, like. Now, yeah. See, there's a big difference in her W engine. Her W engine, surprising, is very powerful. More ways than one, of course. Like, her W engine is. Well, the problem is when they introduce somebody. Mihoyo does this every damn time. Like this. Like how they did it. They introduce the character with she's the only one or they're the only one of that type. There's never been a type like that before. Now, traditionally, you should have a gradient progressive build-up system. But, as I said, like HSR, this game's development closely follows HSR. More ways than one. I mean, this game's development is basically HSR. I've always said they've been developed hand in hand in reality. Because a lot of it is, as much as this is a spiritual successor to this is a spiritual successor as close as we'll probably get to Jesus, what the hell did that do? Anyways, this is the closest successor we're going to have to Honkai Impact till they finally decide to balls up and actually do it. Now, is it more funner to me than Genshin in a way? Yes. Genshin is still. It's. It's fine. Every MiHoYo product is different. I mean, as much as I don't know, people don't like HSR because HSR is too turn based, right? So HSR, if it's too turn based, no one likes it. Genshin is too childlike and safe. ZZZ is but ZZZ and HSR went into development roughly around the same time, but HSR came out a year prior. Or a year and a half, one could say. ZZZ was supposed to be the Genshin killer, according to some people, but I don't think so. It was a spiritual successor to Honkai Impact, which they never choose. Honkai Impact is still their main moneymaker. By the way, for God's sakes, they just made, what's her name? I can't think of it. The one I don't have from the PE era, the regular character. Huh. You could actually get in the season. I mean, they should have given her out a long goddamn time ago. They have a nasty habit of that. I mean, if you're like a Pokemon collect 'em all type, I mean, over there it's easier. But they're also doing that with Helena's release. I mean, 2000, I mean, her power is largely based on her basic HP. She's basically a prototype. Now, she's very similar to the ones in Cimmeru. Cimmeru's scale opponent. So, if you look at their skills, you look at that. I mean, it's like when you even look at the base guide, right? Like, the base guide goes, oh, your discs are good, but overall good, but your agent skills are shit. What are you saying is the agent skills? Would you like to let me see your build guide? So they say partition 6 needs to be that. Yeah, you're gonna get a good crit rate at 4? Explain that one to me, like your plans that you... Again, this is largely supposed to be community-based guiding. Yet they have learned nothing from Genshin. Genshin, okay, has where you're supposed to take a character and what a character looks like. It's utterly different. Like, if you say, sure, I mean, Birdcage 55, you don't think someone's gonna have that at 60. The reason why her, like, now, in the process, do I have extra sets of this stuff? Clearly. Like, this set is still good if I ever want to mix and match something. But this, ideally, is going to be her best setup. It's going to save me pain in a very long time. As much as I hate to say it. But then again, I got lucky getting her quickly. And again, some people's luck. So, I was looking at the side events. I did that a little bit yesterday, too. I meant to stream this, but bear in mind. I mean, hell, I need to kit out her. I gotta set him up, too. I don't know. I actually looked at him. His skills are... He has some interesting things. He's not the worst, by the way. I don't like him. He's like the free-to-play thing. Hey, I look at it like... Attack percentage. I mean, granted, do I think physical's in the world's worst spot? Yes, I do. But he's a chain attacker. Now, is he a... Wow, he uses the same shitty-ass material. Really? But he has that quick assist, though. That is key. No offense, but yeah. I'll still kit out Soldier 11, but the thing about him is I probably will never use him. I mean, technically, he's a chain attacker. I don't think I ever used more than one physical. That's kind of why, like Pokora, I don't ever use her. I mean, I keep her around as the Pokemon collect 'em all shit, but I leave her be. It's a Billy I haven't used in ages. Like, the moment you get a better physical, I think I stopped using him. I mean, Billy has better skills, don't get me wrong. Yeah. He's a good, if you're, like, free to play, yeah. Do what you need to. And you don't have options. Me? I would rather play, like, honestly, I would rather play the... Like, he's not hard to set up, ever at all. Oh, by the way, the target farming is new. I didn't know about that until I looked at it. I'm like, it's a great idea. That comes from HSR. HSR has that. What's funny is they'll say, your character's not good enough. Your agent skills are off. Really. Tell these people who don't play their own game. You know. They go off what they think is a meta, right? Because the data we usually get from the Chinese. Because here's the thing. We get data from the Chinese. Chinese are the first to actually get the characters. I mean, well, okay. The playtest servers for MiHoYo always spoil. So you have to understand. The thing is, how they actually kept, it's amazing that they kept, Yuxuan under wraps as long as they did. That's an amazing feat. Now, was it a headache to know that we're going to have to gain special like discs for her? Yes. Is that shit? I mean, you kind of knew her stats, but some parts of her kit were purely redacted. I mean, I really don't look forward to using her. Not really. Now, if she impresses me, we'll see. Then again, right, it depends all on the meta. Grace, I have. Grace is a 1 right now because of a lost 50-50. I mean, I've had him forever. Like, do I ever need an electric attacker? We'll go from there. My electric attacker lineup is... My electric lineup is pretty good. Unless there's going to be an anomaly team where they shine. I need to, in my great effort, is to redo her discs eventually. And I say this because they hate my ones. Because you're supposed to go hormone punk, right? I have no idea. These people, this was a straight, like, this is a perfect example where, honestly, this is the greatest example of where there was an actual shift inside the meta for her. In fact, there was 100% a shift from it. Because you gotta remember, her kit was originally polar metal. But now you want her to have that. Now, realistically, is that a band-aid for her? Maybe. But that must have been the community suggestion for a while. Like, I was using this as a two-piece for the longest time. But 20 seconds is far too long. Okay. That it works in a game like Diablo or something like that, or if you can have it, but in a game it's a time attack mode. I'm gonna say this. 20 seconds is too damn. On average, they expect you to take shit out in like. I mean, so far so good on her, but like, I don't know. It's like your discs are great. They go, you have it right. Energy regen. Jesus. I basically achieved this without the other, so. It's like they're not there. They'll say it's like the ideal. It's funny, I was actually looking at this and they go, oh, your Vivian's just great. Your skills are good. What's wrong with them? Oh, I'm not using anomaly bonus. Oh. But my anomaly proficiency is ridiculous. I forgot. It's the workarounds, right? But my electric attackers have been great for a while. If anything, too good. I got my stunners, I got my attackers, then I got Oni Mami, and then I got the other one. I mean, if anything, electric has been the most well thing in here one. Grace, I didn't get early, but she's part of an anomaly and distortion lineup potentially. So that's the trick with her. It's funny, my friend called Pulcra Fox. Clearly, someone needs to learn what a cat Thyren looks like. She's about as the most anamorphic cheetah as you get, or tiger. Look. Yeah. She and a fox. Just doing a little research. So apparently, see, his brother is higher up in PubSec, and he doesn't get along with his brother. By the way, the thing on him is his entire kit gets better the more you can actually get out to here. Like, but he's one of those ones. Thank God he's not a 5-star. If he was a 5-star, we would be fucked. Because all of his shit is tied to this. The stronger he is, the better. Oh yeah, wouldn't it be fun if you could just get through here? Oh yeah. Oh. I pity the person trying to see Sixer. If you're trying to Mindscape Sixer, I wish you luck. You'll go bankrupt. Might be worth it, but till you get there. I mean, that actually might be good. Her going to a 1. Oh, you didn't. It's the first time, like... Wow. You know, I looked in Genshin, too, by the way. Apparently, they put Raiden Shogun in. So there's a thing about... I think it's like C or E2. Forget it, over there. So her second has her base skill ignores 60% of all defense. That's what her skill does. They actually gave it to her, by the way. But good luck getting there, by the way. I wish you luck. You're talking close to about at least $200 plus. And I'm sure someone will do it. I mean, her beyond, you know, she's going to bankrupt people. I mean, it could be kind of the same. What makes me sad is you would think, like, but a lot of 5 stars, unless you're going to be maining them, you're not going to be doing this. Yeah, so they basically give her the Raiden Shogun treatment, which is right here. So they give her that at a 1. Oh, so you get her to a 4. I don't even know. Yeah, so if you get her to a 1. Oh, yeah, no. A lot of these, you get them slowly but surely, right? Let's hypothetically say, yeah, Kalida's good. But the problem with Kalida is when you need fire, she's a little too slow. I don't know. Stuns, no matter what, are always stunted in damage. And right now, it's a damage race. The only way I could do it is take her to have a massive crit, and then but she's too much of a wind up. That's the issue with stuns. Stuns are way too much of a. My issue with stuns, for the most part, is they are kind of slow as hell. There's no way to speed up their attacks. So let's take a support, or you take that. You're going to be in better shape. And I'm really hoping in year 2 they learn. They're slowly learning. You need to. But what's funny is we're going to probably get into that anomaly. I swear we will have an anomaly meta. It's going to happen eventually. Because there's a chain of characters in year 1 where they learned the foundations of disorder are already there. The foundations of disorder, which is having 2 status effects on a daze bar, which is additional damage. See, they gave him out for free. So, he's a very good electric attacker. Now, he is a bow user, but he's also range. I redid her skills too, by the way. I'm sure they don't like it. They really don't like it. I mean, hell, I put attack into her, but I need, 1 more here. Oh, yeah, that's right. What did I meant to do? I meant to do this today. Yeah. You know, her whole role, what it really is, which is strange. You see her defense is sort of low too. I mean, she's an anomaly user. So being an anomaly user, her only like she's actually you're never meant to pop her ult, believe it or not. Why don't we take that to 1.5, 1.5 maybe? Yeah, we take our crit rate, was it 23%? Defense. Yeah. 7.2 makes it about 1 in 4. Sure. Her whole base kit, in fact, is designed to, in fact, be a support facilitator. Now, great starting out if you don't have an anomaly, but she is an anomaly user. So an anomaly user, like as far as anomaly support, she's going to have a meta around her eventually. But a lot of hype around characters is if people don't know how to string characters together. What eventually happens is if you're stringing lineups together, you can make them work. Now, I mean, for the most part, electric for me has been section 6. It's this one or this one. And it really depends if I either do him or I do or I do her. Quinn Yi is still good, but as I said, can you afford the wind up or do you want to change it? So, but there is a downside to some. Like her, I can understand why she sort of got fridged. There is a big damage DPS drop off if you're not able to create disorder. That is the key. Her damage buff comes from anomaly and that while she has a good days, her inherent issue is basically okay, she's a charge attacker. That's why there's a big difference in the damage. She has a dash dodge as well. That was part of her kit. But she is part of a sequence, but a lot of it can be shortcutted if you macro it. Now, a lot of stuff, it's this right here. It's that disorder effect. But getting that disorder, you need to be able to create decibels. And to create decibels, you clearly need the... It's part of the... Okay, days has been a weird meta for... I'll be honest. It's probably going to be a meta eventually because we use it. A lot of people don't think about it, but it's one of those things. Days damage goes up higher. Trust me, as I said, if I don't service this stuff ever, I always forget. So, like, you're talking about attacking wise, also too, because like I could skip Tin Soldier Ambi because I had her. I mean, I have this team. This team itself is, as I said, But usually everywhere you see you need electric, you always have. As I said, ice is abysmal year one. I'm not gonna lie. Electric overload in year one was bad. And every time you either needed an ice person, they're right next to somebody who you need. Or bad event coming out. Like, getting her early on would have never paid off. Hugo got shoved right towards the end. Alright? Hugo got shoved right at the end. Right before the season started. She's okay if you're using her to switch or do something. But again, it's like, oh, you hype up this character. You hyped up this character. In Electric in year one, we probably had the most. Now, in reality, is that going to come back and bite them in the ass? Sure. Do they have to force it constantly in a meta down our throats? Yes. I don't like it. CU defense is full of it, and none of them feel good. It's kind of like Genshin ignoring Geo. I mean, Geo's been in a bad state for years. Dendro's been way the hell up there too, by the way. This is Ben's event, huh? Oh, that's Sakaku. I don't think I've ever seen Sakaku over here, have I? Hold on. I have never seen Sakaku over here. Oh, this is Piper. Oh. I swear we're gonna come to find out she's like 80 years old. That was de-aged by the disaster. I swear. She is one of the weirdest characters in the game. And I mean this with all respect. She's going to be one of those characters you're going to find out that is practically immortal or hasn't aged at all because of the disaster. Or she was exposed to a disaster. Or she has some form of thing. But I mean, that whole faction has something weird about it. I don't think I've ever. I think this is now. Like, she's basically mentally a child. Basically. But her story is tied to, See, there's more like her, basically. Like, the Oni were part of... Like, her... Like, all the Oni in the game, their backstory is... what is it? Like, they... I'm supposed to explain it. They were at war with, the overall faction. And then it was basically started by see Yanagi's so Yanagi was a soldier meant to fight them because they rebelled against it. So she got a blood infusion from the leader of the which it's hinted at it probably gave her power because she was roughly different. So she's actually the leader of them. It sounds weird, but she's actually the leader. And it's a story I would love built upon. Because I think outside of Sakaku, you maybe see a couple of them as NPCs roaming around. But you don't see them in a greater populace. I mean, you see the Thyrans, you see the other ones. Like, I think I've seen a couple of random ones that run around 6th Street, but they're not overall. Like, she is supposed to be the head of all of them and the guardian of them. And then Sakaku basically is like her younger sister in the term because she viewed the big sister that she got the blood from. Sounds weird in the story. But then again, she acts like a big sister / motherly figure to Sakaku. Now, it's a very tragic tale because she's like, they're all war orphans, in fact. In a way. They're war orphans in the regard. Apparently, this is the new damn event, which I swear I don't know. They're good with it, but I really should do these events before they wind up getting nuked out of existence. Because and see, she's the rabbit girl who runs the arcade. What's funny is we're going to actually be getting... So, one of the characters in 2.0, which is supposed to be part of... yeah. We're supposed to do this, and Look, I hate these activities. I really don't. Damn it. Can you get me out of here? No. Fuck off. Oh. Can I? No, 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 I refuse. I would fucking refuse. Nope. I refuse for the moment. Nope. Oh god. That's what that is. See, okay. MiHoYo has like this weird obsession. I call it this obsession, and they do it every time. Do you enjoy playing the game that you think you're playing? And then they insist on having other modes, which metal base, red, and that. Yes. Red, white. what are accessories? So I'm not sure. No, doesn't work. Red on that. There you go. These I don't mind. Like, this isn't as annoying as it seemed. Now, I hate the QTE event ones. Basically. QTE event ones I can despise. These events, it's like if you ask us, if we just did this on our own, I wouldn't care. But half the time is. Yeah, I saw the DM. Just think I forgot. I've been, like, loitering all day. Again, they do this very frequently. You'll notice this. Like, if you're ahead in a day, it's no issues. So the plant has none. I mean, you could do it one of any two ways, couldn't you? Like water lilies. I mean, you meet it. It's not the hard part. If you're going for a high score, then yes. As I say, there's a fine art in. We don't want to make it look annoying, but it's like, No shit. There's a reason I usually stay away from these, because it's like they never stop. They actually really keep going with this stuff. It's not the dialogue. These side activities, they're good an idea, but when you want to do something particular, they either railroad you at the start of them. Thank you. It's like you're free, but the concept is you're not. Anyways, if I'm not here, I'll take forever. I'm not expecting, so I'm kind of curious with 2.0 how much story we're going to actually have. But I'm There's about 2 other AI, as I said, that we know of. Mm-hmm. Get free outfits for the one. That's more formal than the other ones. I mean, of course, it's not voiced because reasons. This is actually getting to be a terrible trend, and it's getting to be. I'm gonna say this. Pay your fucking VAs. There is nothing worse than doing story chapters and then having to wait 6+ months. Like, again, basically, MiHoYo's been having this issue for a long while. Where this should be voiced, but it is not voiced. Like, parts of it are voiced, and we have no idea why. Now, if you pay attention to the lawsuits, right? Pay attention to the actual lawsuits have been. So, like, apparently the character actor, voice actor for at least English, because the English actors have a tendency to be massive assholes. It's funny, it stains Genshin more than it stains anything else. No fucking shit. Oh. I know what this architecture looks like. You know why I'm not impressed? Okay, I'm gonna say this. Every region. So, every region, which is the second region inside a MiHoYo game, is always Chinese. Okay? Every first region they introduce. Now, it's customary. Okay? This type of flora is very similar to Leaf, which is the second place in HSR. And I expect Waifei Peninsula to work the same way. It's gonna have a different touch, one could say. Yes. Asthma. I mean, it's a new region. So the corruption here manifests as miasma, apparently, because reasons, which I'm pretty sure doesn't have a reason to tie in. New forms. Enjoyable. You see how her energy regen is ass? Really? They design her with an idea in mind. Like, mine has 20,000 HP. Okay. Literally. It irritates me. I want to use my own for the story. Eventually, they'll let us. See, she has no defense. So you have to either dodge with her repeatedly or you're chained. So you're trying to figure out the ways to sure it up. Fuck. Really? She is supposed to be a lot more powerful if you really take it this way. And one thing as I worked on her days, so she dazes pretty easily. Like, this would be the world's easiest encounter with mine. I should have picked up on the Senti vibes. Like, they're actually building the main characters to be more important later on. So basically, the suspicion that the brother and sister are going to be more important down the line, like there's going to be combat abilities amongst them as a potential. But bear in mind, we're talking many years. You're talking like, I would say hypothetically, getting into it would be about like, we're talking like close to 4 or 5 years, maybe 3 years. We're talking from here. I mean, by the way, the masters always seem to find the students. Meaning, so the average disciple, by the way, cannot be the successor to the temple. So, apparently, it's already established that the master found the two sisters. So, it's a similar path for these. But I will admit, she has some of the weirdest animations. But swimming would be too complicated. I don't think she's gonna grow on me. Because the thing is about if I pull her, it's gonna be her mechanics. Honestly, I would rather skip her. But I mean, technically, she's gonna be the only other one in the faction, probably worth a damn for a while. Her aesthetics don't mix. I'm gonna say that right now. The biggest problem I have with her, and she's not the only one that's coming in this next batch of characters, they're the weirdest looking characters at all. So, like, we're supposed to be getting a combat nun, which is probably not going to come this year. Now, the idol teams, I have a high doubt we're not going to get within a year. So, hypothetically, assume we might. I should say we might. There's a dragon girl. She's like, but she's part of the soldier faction. There's an evil bunny and her sister. So like a bunny and then like another siren. Again. But the one that looks like very much of a bunny looks very much similar to the one that runs the arcade. But this is going to be the weirdest lineup of faction people to be released. There's literally a guy with a robot. Now, hypothetically, yeah. Now, her mechanic, by the way, is supposed to be it's supposed to buff teams. And I usually shake my head because I'm like, she has an overheat mechanic that if they explain it in the campaign or the story, I might see if it's good. Because technically, I can understand. I'm glad they didn't do her first. Because I don't think she's powerful. But then again, as I say, she's a fire stunt. She's a Bengal tiger, in fact. But she is a very different. Usually they have the angry, I call the short stack lolicon types. MiHoYo has their character archetypes. It's nice to finally have a character that isn't either the actual, when you talk about what an actual lolicon is, not the time that Stray Beans jerks off to in his dreams or other people like him. They're actually angry. MiHoYo plays on all tropes. Cernates, yanderes, every single type is in this game. Now, traditionally, see, we don't know what type, like a Teresa from Honkai Impact is just, she's the short girl with a lot of compensation that she has to make up. She's not attractive, she's not big busty. She's often picked on and she's kind of a bully. Now, in reality, we don't have a Teresa in the game. At the moment, we don't have a Kiana. I'm going to say probably Yeshe. She's going to be the closest. And Schwann's going to be the closest we have to a Kiana. But in fact, she is a Kiana model. But we don't really... We have Bronya adjacent. Bronya is a play on the stereotype as well. For the record. Bronyas are... Like, Bronya is a play on... As I said, like, all of them are a play on a type. As I said, Hypnotic didn't have to say it. The Japanese play on their... See, it's very weird in Western sensibilities. Basically. They actively play on tropes. If she's about basically 5 feet tall, I would be shocked. This reminds me of something. Well, two things. It's the weirdest homage if you never know it. Okay. The lead creator of Honkai Impact was inspired by Neon Genesis Evangelion. Now, there's an ending to it. Or what was the ending in the manga before he did End of Evangelion? That had him buy a harbor city with sculptures. Now, if it's not inspiration by it, I will be shocked. Now, the same time, the second region in Genshin also has a very similar ancient ruin vibes. So it doesn't surprise me if they play on that trope too. But Leifao basically has the similar features. But it's very funny that they choose the aesthetic of literally, which is supposed to be like the post-apocalypse or all the because one of the actual endings, because the manga ending to Neon Genesis is different, but it's still canon. In fact, it's like everything was a paradise. Because basically the Evangelions and the angels all turned to stone. Which is strange in the idea of it. My God, you fucking shitbags. You do not stop holding my hand. This segment is annoying. I might just pull her for the sheer cuteness factor. Quite honestly, but I have a feeling she's going to be like, she has a character factor. She's probably gonna be a force pull because it's either that or you're gonna be playing without anybody from that faction. She's okay. When I mean the cuteness factor, she's the personality, but she's not obnoxious. For a game that I have played, this is the fourth game that I've played that has this over the years with these types of characters. They're not grading and you want to shove them through a wall. Now, you don't want to kill them the first time you meet them because they're utterly annoying. Like, the original OG Bronya type was enough to drive a sane person mad. Because she's such a... I mean, granted, supposedly she was a disfigured girl in an orphanage, and which is akin to Russia. And she survived her tragedy, but dialogue-wise, she's atrocious. Her model is not atrocious, by the way. Like, you would think, like, it'd just be nice to have a Thyron that doesn't look like... This game has too many furries. So, like, Belle is, like, barely, like, a dwarf, right? Like, the funny thing about Belle and Wise, but Wise is maybe about 5 feet, 6 feet tall. Belle is probably an average, maybe 5'3" or 5'4", and she's probably about 5 feet tall. I say that until you meet this one. A lot of their characters, I have no idea. And then you have the overly tall female characters for no reason. Which happens a lot more. Like, as I say, diversity in this world is very... take your pick. But then again, I've also... Like, over here. Like, hold on. Like, you have some of them that are actually, like, super tall. As I said, like, this region is probably the first... I'd say the second new region. Like, the first official new region. By the way. First of them. Because, I mean, Outer Ring, you could say, was new. But Outer Ring is not new. Outer Ring, you kind of knew about. But Outer Ring was just an episode of a story. I want to, like... Why am I shocked? Yeah. This is LIFO. This is like life. That is definitely HSR. If HSR... Again, there's something about this place. Like, if... As I said, if they weren't the king of reused assets, concepts... But then again, all MiHoYo games are supposed to be a bubble verse. Okay. All MiHoYo games, ironically, are supposed to be part of a bubbleverse. Which is... or multiverse, in fact. So if something doesn't happen here, it happens somewhere else in the bubbleverse. So it's like very highly possible that all of the Honkai games, Honkai Impact, uh, all of these games take place in a shared actual universe by the lore as a bubbleverse. Which, to be fair, they've established in the lore, yet I hate the concept of the bubbleverse because the bubbleverses are not. I have to agree with my friend at some point. Okay. This gives me nightmares when I first went to, Okay, I gotta say this. I don't like furries. True furries are degenerates. Kind of like gay beings, which are cucks. Those are degenerates that need to burn as well. But he can't help it. Who designs a character like this? Ugh. But I'm often reminded, like, I'm not even in Fontaine. Fontaine has a species. They're like water natives that look weird and funny too. It just doesn't look right. They're like a, I forget what the race is called. And they actually have characters for them too. The thing is, they actually have character types for them. And they're the weirdest characters and the most uncomfortable to be around. Unfortunately, they have both Genshin and everything else to play on here. So this is tops. Again, I have my complaints. World building in this game. Okay. I swear to God, whoever built this game, there's a series that would give people nightmares. Are Gundam Builders. I never recommend it to anybody. It is the stuff of Rule 34 slash furry fandom. With anamorphic animals, I never want. Like Pulcra. Pulcra is supposed to be an orange cat. Maybe like a calico or something. Shit you not. Some days you just want. Like Arc Knights does that. It's like Arc Knights has a very biodiverse character group too. I mean, it just does not make sense in a game. Like, there's just something about it. Like, it's so. Like, as far as this telling. So, like, apparently this is just part of it. Like, they never explain why you have so many beast tyrants. Everywhere. That's one of the things in the lore. I've always wondered why. Because it's not like, oh, it's a joke at the play of the manga or anime trope of you have demi-humans, right? Like, some look like. So, like, you have bear tyrants, which are clearly, like, male bear tyrants. Then you got the ones that are, like, little weird, like, strange looking hybrid creatures. Then you got the ones that look just like they're just that odd looking. Like Pulcra. Pulcra is always. It's a very fat cat. See, cats play a very prominent part in this world, though. They're everywhere. Which is strange. He is. So, supposedly, the third is. So, they're thinking it. So, every team has 4 people. It's probably going to be him or another. He's the third in the faction that was introduced. he might be the fourth. It wouldn't surprise me if he is the fourth. I mean, but this is part of Unity, the new Unity engine that's in the game, though. The new Unity engine's actually pretty good. This place looks very much. It's not the worst aesthetics. It's a good aesthetics, though. It's just odd. Very odd aesthetics for a place. It's unique, but what? What? So this is the dog ticket. Okay. It's into a self-serving region. it is such the weirdest tradition, right? Like, it is so strange how when MiHoYo makes a world, and I say this mostly, it depends on the team, largely. Because I think the new teams are designed. So, okay, so the new teams that are working on the game as it stands now, the various games, came along later on. Like, example, like her move set is very much Hereshura the Void mixed with Senti. It's about like a 60-40, but it's a very large base when you actually see her style. But she is very much Hereshura the Void. Senti is a very popular character in Honkai Impact from along. Well, the fact alone they actually duplicated the Senti personality says a lot more. Senti is the later iteration. There's a Hereshura of Reason. A Hereshura of Sentience. Because she first. There's a whole story. Like, she emerged, she tried to kill everybody. Actually, she didn't try to kill everybody. I remember when they first introduced her. Which arc, though? The story kind of goes back with Fixuan. There's a character that I want in Genshin that no one ever, we never get a replay ever unless it's a damn anniversary event. Now, where she's buried. Looks very similar. It's inspired by her as well. But probably worked into her inspiration just as much. Um, Strangely enough, but largely enough, they reuse this character type one fashion or another. It's like considered a teacher type wise, but very opposite. I mean, granted, if I ever get her, it's also going to suck because I do not have any spears left. My weapons are getting very limited. Why? Basically. Hell, I'm barely already struggling with the short sword problem over there. But very much her aesthetic, though. Weird. Interesting. Some fire harmony. Uh-huh. Cool, it's fortune cookie logic. But a lot of this stuff, it would not surprise me if they... It would not surprise me if one bit they start to take the webtoon direction. The webtoon manhwa or manhua direction. They have a whole line of webtoons for this stuff, like the game itself. This is like a mini hub, isn't it? Do we have any story? So there's your... So this is meant to be a central hub. Surprisingly. In more ways than one. But... Really, Oliver? See, Teppets. Yeah, it's a new one. Can I just read these things so I don't have to go through them? Oh. Kidding? Oh, right. Son of a bitch, you really knocked all that stuff over. And I have moved that. One day, I need to take a stack of cards and just organize them. I have an area of stuff I have kept stuff. I just need to get back and finish it. I probably care less, but I haven't. Yeah, so this is like our new player home, I guess, too. See, as I said, there is literally like no normal humans. I fucking swear in this world. They're all some form of fucking Thyron. Like, it's weird that there's humans left at all. Like, even if they're normal looking, they're always that way. Now, they're not as weird as the actual, like, even aesthetic, right? I would pull them. Because there's, like, character designs I've often wondered if they actually are just meant to be that way. Yep. Same. Good. Go the fuck away. Thank you. No inquiries. Fortunately, I did. It is a weird, like, I'm not a. I mean, I'm sure if this has to deal with the teacher, it's gonna take a turn for the worse. Because if I have a suspicion who shot down the airship, she has red hair, and that character is either from Tops or that is the um, dragon character. Look, it's Master Damien. Not the evil, cartoonish Korean Manwell or Manhua type. So the game assumes you choose wives. There's a problem here. So unless your brother's female or transgender, it doesn't work. It's like a, I don't call it a pronoun problem. Okay. Dialogue is sometimes universal in this game. So your character says him, but the dialogue says her. So it goes on the assumption that you choose the male character. Like canonically, what's funny is the story is told from, now it's more screwed up if you actually understand in Genshin's idea that it's Lumine that becomes corrupted working with Abyss, which bear in mind has its own issues. But and they're pretty good about the interchangeability, but it looks like it's a errors, and we find these errors quite frequently. It's definitely again, dialogue is sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think it will work. You think a lot of these. Like, this is literally a fucking. See, this is another cat siren or a wolf siren. This is the JoJo type, I can just tell. So this will be the second character that is probably the JoJo type in the game. First is the other one that works for the construction company. I'm sure a future character too. He's definitely a JoJo type. Oh look, another reused could be used. So as I said, you will see often reused NPCs everywhere. Now it's funny that they do this a lot, but no, there's like the second character. Like what's funny with the JoJo type, it's also why I refuse. to use him. I don't care how good he is. I find JoJo the worst anime and manga ever done. And the most obnoxious. So there's your second character that's the JoJo type. Unironically enough. Which, unironically, I think he's been hinted at in potential character teasers too, as part of the faction. Because the factions over here is we're going to have another group from Tops. Now, I think they said, because there is a dragon girl. Be funny if the one. Then again, why is there a random bottle? She gets the Quake She gets the Quake personality too. Yeah, she got the Quake personality mix going on. And she has a similar model to Quinn Yi. Seeing Quake, yeah. More cheery, one could say. Because Quake is in, again, that's why I said HSR. I swear, he's tied into this character's this game development. The more it comes out, the more we see it. Like, they're making this a very light-hearted story for what's going on. Because, like, the first, when you get into, like, Leifu or where the second region in HSR, literally, she just is your guide. But she's introduced that way, but her in mind. And turns out she is a capable character in her own right, as I say. So, yes, careless, carefree character. But then it turns out, really, there's no voice dialogue. I swear, I have this, see, she was always the stronger of the sisters. But bear in mind, her sister was first consumed as being a product of the late teacher. Because the late teacher literally... Oh god, I could like this place better than the fucking 6th Street. 6th Street is good, but this area has better aesthetics. And it's kind of the mix of the portal doorways thing. Very much. I don't know. Check something while I'm over here. As it's supposed to. Line 10. Rejuvenation Temple 10. Yes. And see, what's funny is Quake works very. They're probably going. They take like what is a popular character type, and they just duplicate it. They just carry it over repeatedly from every game to every game. Something well, I don't call it the death of creativity, but I don't call it the most successful creativity. As I said, a lot of those people, the people who design on their teams, came from later. And you can always tell who they are, a lot about them, by their mains and what era they came from. Because what you're seeing now is a lot of the people who are designing for Cognisphere or MiHoYo, at least on their subproducts, are largely came from the Genshin era. Now, they are good at keeping the lore intact to a degree, but it's not the same spirit. It's not as gritty. Like, some of their people, like, I know early HSR, a lot of them were inspired. Their main character was clean, in fact. But this feels like a mini episode, by the way. This part, unless they're gonna unlock the city later on, because we didn't have city. Good. Now I am free to clear to move about the country. Oh, yes, but this character. All right. This is a hollow production. Doesn't say what the hell it is. Let's just get through it. There's a problem. Oh god. See, there's a big tops plan in the second part. Uh-huh. See, the thing is, everyone who works at a proximity of a hollow is... It's kind of like if you work in a mine, you breathe in the fumes. But the problem with a lot of the people near the hollows who get exposed to hollows, it's like being exposed to a massive amount of radiation, which slowly either corrupts the people or kills them. Like all hollow raiders get infected at some point. Because hollows are that corrupting. That is actually the true fact and true nature of them. That's why the game always does a really good job of keeping the hollows or the mystery of it. Oh, good. What's this? Okay. See, this game's getting that very trope. It's getting that tropey nature. It drives me insane. Fuck you, and let me... Somebody actually can see her stuff. See, she... Okay, so she is a team-up person. Now, if she is better, I don't mind. Like, she is supposed to work in a team-up similar to her. Like, she relies on the team she's with. Like, I can see her, like, being potentially good. Like, she has... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If she's a switch attack person, I'll pull. But now, my concern about her is she has one problem. I said this before when I looked at her mechanics, I think. She has the... Now, what keeps Snake Omata from being used is actually Hold on. They show her moveset. No, they don't. Because she's not officially a character. But she also has the dodge. Okay, so she's... So they have learned from, Okay, so she is a mix. I had a suspicion on this. She is a mix of, she's a mix on, what's the rat tyrant? So the rat tyrant and Nekomata. But she's not as dependent on Nekomata. Like, Nekomata is purely dependent upon, like... So you see how, like, in her movements... Actually, she has very unique, but it's unique for the game, but very much the case. See, like, her dodge is tied. Like, she has, like, a dodge counter that's in her mechanics, but she also has a forward... It's like a burst. 3. But she is a attack combo. She is a mix of, basically, but she also still has the element of both. Now, dash counters are not the entirety of the worst. I put in terms of character designs in this game, but there is no meta for them. They're very weird. That's actually what hurts Nekomata the most. Like, what literally hurts Nekomata the most is the fact she's tied to dash counter. I have a question. Has anybody ever noticed anything about elemental vision? How would you carry elemental vision over to this game? Why would you do it? Now, she isn't going to be, like, lighter. The problem with, like, Lighter, I'll be very honest. Lighter has the problem of he's a pure support character. She will be... But then again, Fixuan is very attached to other characters, too. Like, she can be inserted in any lineup, but Jufufu is going to be... It's going to be weird. She has a similar mechanic that she plays off, like, she's going to have that feature as well. I should probably build up my, quite honestly. Oh, it's corruption. I avoid it. See, I'm really good with her because I know how to fight with her extra sentience. See, here's the thing. Her of sentience is probably, I'd say, one of the most powerful characters. But then again, she has that... Nah. You're basically a god. That's because... Yes. She uses a giant ball. Ring, she uses a bell. Yes. Chinese bell as a weapon. So she does not suffer from the... Okay, so that alleviates my fear. She does not, of, See, my fear with Jufufu was the fact that she is a dash attack type. She's gonna get buried. Basically. It's weird, though. It's weird. No. I mean, Hollow Raiders even do. See, the whole thing with her style being rupture, and then her going to a... She feels like a fire stun, but she's a faster attack speed than a fire stun. Because she did have the Kalita. See, Kalita's frame is this short, too. But she has a faster attack. She's like Kalita. Like, I could easily see her working with Kalita as a fire stun. They have a similar pattern, but it is a easier pattern, basically, to fight. Because, like, but it still comes on a 4 combo, right? See, Kalita's whole combo is um part of what makes Kalita work in the stun. You gotta understand what makes that shit work is Kalita is very much a slower like I say, like a slower version. But that's also why Kalita also feels like so out of place. That's the thing. Kalita basically had the problem that she was out of place in a stun before the stun meta. Then again, she has that. She has a fast attack that she is either that or the other one. So as long as you can provide a dual role, you're not going to be relegated. But squeaking out damage is the problem with them. He's tied to basically 4 attack strikes. She also has that animation. It's a little bit of a carryover of what's the character? A little bit of a Genshin carryover. A little bit. Character. There's like a model. Well, there's one similar to her. She's the ninja one. Bear in mind, she's not carrying a claymore. Thank God at least they didn't give her a claymore. That would be more out of place, one could say. Because Genshin, for some bizarre reason, likes giving characters that are... It looks very weird and comedical when you give them an oversized weapon. For some bizarre reason, they gave it to, like, the little short stack looking characters. Where they're designed for heavy attacks, right? But so out of place. That's why I said some of these characters are... God. They're tuning. Oh. These are tuning. What's funny is you can tell the special characters because the special characters have special mobility movements. What gave me the clue she was inspired by her by Horatio the Void? Horatio the Void has like a special mobility. Like they can't really they don't want to do the floating character bit because part of Horatio the Void's like main like if she floated in the open world, she would have a floating nature to her. And that long wind up time is associated with her too. That's the one thing about Horatio the Void that hasn't translated well over the years is a very long like it's a very long wind up time. But it's a very devastating combo if you ever pull it off, but one of the worst. So, yeah, easy as peasy as pie. He isn't gonna screw us over ever. He's gonna screw us over. He wouldn't be the first fucking doctor to do it. I mean, it makes sense. It's like a frog of fortune more than anything else. Unfortunately, its iframes are dog shit. I don't like it. I've been fighting these things since the patch, dude. They are not. Since the release, and I'm not. I've become expert at it. End them quickly, because I don't want to deal with their attack patterns and their iframes. Because they halfway have a tendency to be giant sponges. That's a problem. Seriously. Those things, the frogs, have horrible iframes attached to them. Those iframes are cancer. They also have an attack phase where they'll go into the sky and you can't damage them. So you finish them off as quickly as humanly possible. Because if you mistime it, they have like a phase. They'll go into like an immunity phase. They have an immune bubble, and then they turn up and they take all of your shit, every bit of it, as a record. So they'll eat all of that. Oh, you son of! I hate this. Okay, okay. The idea is you have a tutorial. I just have always despised it after a while. It's not a suggestion. Okay, so the idea, if it were a suggestion, as an example, let me do what I need to do. The tutorials you can't skip because they feel the need to remind you, even though, oh, return to the temple, right? Like, the big thing is return to the temple, go ahead, tells you. But MiHoYo games will, at least to current teams, as I say, they feel the need to. It's a cancer that got into HSR. From HSR, it's not in there as much, but it's in Genshin and it's in Honkai Impact to such a degree. It's obnoxious. So. Surprisingly, she's very chipper. She has an uncomfortableness. I don't know, but I'm not a very cheerful character person. Usually, characters that are too cheery, as an example, right? Never been that my type. Okay. I don't like this. Like, if there's a part HSR had something very similar to this. That was a thing. HSR kind of had that period where you had to, it was like stacking, and it's worse when it's stacking shipping crates. There's also a thing. Fort fit move. This is busy assignment. Oh god, this is like worse. Shit. I don't like this one, but good. I don't care. Thank you. I think I want out of here. Because the quickest way they chase me off from this is apparently, we'll see if they break the third area curse. Is if you start treating, so if you start treating the game as a downtime. See, I say what 1.2 had a really better story. Now, if they are going for the slow burn story, and then now maybe you're talking. But you don't dump it off as the way to do it. Navigation. Yeah. Normal characters at least. Yep. Yeah, I see it more now because I'm starting to see a lot of the Quake models in the game. Weirdly enough. I'm really am. That's getting to be annoying. It's not the style, and I'm starting to see it more. Now that I see it. But I don't know. And it was a design call by them more than anything else. Because the design style itself is not the problem. Nope, you can try. Just don't pull the Simaru bit where I have to do a bunch of tasks and then restore a place. But if you have that third region, when it got actually to that second, like Simaru is the worst. To be honest, I still haven't gotten over Penacami. Like, I am kind of refusing to do Pentakami. If, Pentakami or Penacami, depending on say it, I refuse to do. Like, I kind of am dragging my feet over there. That's just because I do not want to deal with it. This game, I don't doubt it's going to happen. It's going to happen at some point. And I'll have to play massive catch-up, but fortunately, main storytelling means you have to actually play. Miasmic fields, huh? I've seen this mechanic before too. Anti-interruption, and then it's the tutorial enemy. It wants to be an ass, and you have to fight it. It's not a very much. A lot of this is very easy for me to clear because if I can use my own characters, oh god, this shit will be like taking candy from a baby or destroying a gay beans. Very much the case. From those cases. They're going with the 3D map thingy. They're going with the 3D map. Oh yeah, this is now where the 3D map stuff is going to start coming into play. Basically. Oh, ah. And you can't go that way yet. Can't go that way yet. How it works, you can go there until the story unlocked. Because we're still in story lock mode. Hmm. Really? Interesting. I weren't used to these canter readers. Drive me nuts. You're still borderline canter readers if you don't even think about it. But yeah, but this is really meant to start people on the journey. But like, if you're already here, you should be able to clear out some of the stuff with great ease. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Well, I should experiment with lineups more often. Changes to her actually are better. But at higher difficulties, yeah. I could see issues. By higher difficulties, you're just doing ability spam. That's the big deal. So if ability spam is, she has a dodge. But it's also trying to get like defense on it's that really, really weird section of the game where if you try to force defense on somebody, you can do it, but some you just have to accept that it could be glassy, but as long as but they're treating HP as padding. That's kind of the thing. They're treating the HP pool as just that. Now, the problem itself is I have stuff I want to go do. It's new bank boot. Okay. And dispatch, yes. Oh, fuck. It's the same thing. Yep. Oh, hell. That is copy and paste from HSR. Oh, geez. That is going to be a thing. Can I? Yeah? No? Yeah? Yes. 400 an hour. Yeah. Action target, yes. All the side tasks. I don't want to be here for that. It's like asking side tasks. See, yes. It was clearly I had the natural talent to do stuff. You were just becoming better. Right? It's like, see, the master picked them out as successors, basically. That's kind of how it happened. It's like, you could be that. Like, okay, sure. But the rest of the disciples are kind of shit in the process. God. You know her model. There's a character from Gintrim. I know I recognize her model. It's almost a similar model, but it's just different head style. See, this is that problem. There's like a whole bunch of Quakeways in this area. Not Quakeway. It's the one. It's they took that model. Not Quakeway. Quakeway is the wrong one. It does have. She does a bunch of them. No, Quakeway is the one that's a zombie in Genshin. It's the HSR issue. Oh yeah, it would not surprise me at all. I determined that majority of these people. It's just that character model. It just here's the thing, it just doesn't make so the character models are just awkward. Like when you get into it. It's hard to describe. It's like they know they need to do a full launch, but they're going to bait this out. Log in and just keep it, right? No bamboo selected, right? It's like here. It's like here, not here. What blue means that. I don't know. I'll have to see about it. Oh god, this is just no. It's worse. Getting that dragging feeling where they want you to do things and it's like first. I wouldn't be surprised if that is. Hold on. Yeah. It's her voice actor. Oh god, that sounds. Well, that voice is familiar. Which one? Oh, I see. Oh, that's the one. Tayaka Suwa. That's why they all have the same actor. Sound the same. She was in like Near Automata, like major VA. I wonder who her English VA is. Christina V. They say it's Christina V? Let's see. I'd have to hear her, but she could easily be it. Oh, sec, I'm curious. That's probably her. Okay, yeah, everyone's been saying it's her. That's her. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's probably her. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. It's the same actor that does Queen, Gaming, and Skirk. And it's the same one that does Branya. Huh? That's why that VA sounds so familiar. Wow. So they got the same VA for that one in the lines. And I'm assuming. I'm just kind of curious. Who's the. I'm assuming. Metal emitter. HSR. Yeah, I suspect they're starting to use some of the same. That's why it's familiar. A lot of this is familiar. You know. Oh, that's the only new one. Fucking hate automated alerts. That doesn't make sense. They're saying if that's her English VA. See, the English VA. But they got the one that's Raven. So the Chinese V. Nah, that's scary. The gaming is considered, gumming. Gumming is its own. Hmm. If she did, no, be interesting if she did. Huh. Kind of strange they haven't confirmed VAs. The thing is, they haven't listed like the English VAs, which is interesting because and it could likely be that they're using multiple VAs. It could just be they're using multiple VAs. That could also be why. Christina V, yeah, so Christina V is apparently my hobby. Which could be true or false. But she also did Mulan. But she would have that similar pattern to that one. But it's so weird, and this has probably been like the part where why a lot of stuff is not VA'd. Like, it's because they don't have an English VA. Like, they barely got like VAs for these parts. It's just kind of strange. Like, why do you get VA? So, kind of strange they don't say it. That's why a lot of people have been speculating. Because apparently, Christina V. Yeah, but seeing the info cards, they don't actually do it. Yeah. Definitely some of it. I don't say, what is his name? I don't say it like. That's the thing, a lot of the VAs, like MiHoYo's been legendary for a while, like. The strangest thing, they're not really saying the English VAs. To be honest, I think it's the only ones. Wouldn't be the first doctor I've ever run across in this game that tries to do something stupid. But whoever they got for the English VA is good for them. But it's also the fact that most of the English VAs have a tendency to be very bitchy or very fucked up. That's usually a very common trait. Because I forget who it is, like, MiHoYo's been involved. Like, they're very radical. I mean, saying they're radical on Twitter is, like, pretty edgy, but it's like some of them are very highly, like, super. Yeah, he's fucked. Yeah, they're all screwed. Like, oh yeah, he's with Tops. He's part of doing the whole sacrifice. But he's not. He's part of them. It's really not the question. It's more the question of when does it consume people. I didn't know it revelate. Yeah. So yeah. He's a defense style, but what the hell? If you're a defense style, yeah. He sure doesn't play like it. Deceptive as hell. Kind of like Seth. Seth's supposed to be defensive. But she has the same damn running sound as the she has the same running sound as Bang Boo's do. Put the Bang Boo form and void. Well, she definitely has. I don't know. Oh, I forgot. She also has that little bowl, like. No shit. Oh shit. Hmm. Need to probably clear it up, though. Oh boy. Honestly, they're probably fucked. Look like Neva's brood. Yeah, they're Exaltus. Oh, hi, Dick. He plays like Klee if Klee was a voice. He made a deal with a bird. Yeah, yeah. She bought off the bird. It's what she did, basically. See, that's the thing. Miyabi had to like fight and make the deal with the thing. Wouldn't surprise me if that's Klee's voice actor. What if the But she made a deal with a bird, so it goes along the lines with like Miyabi. Miyabi made a deal that way. I know. Yeah. That's definitely her. Yeah, that's her. That'd be funny if they did use her. I don't know. That inflection's the same. If you listen to enough of her inflection, that's her. Yeah, that must be her. Like, I think it is Clee, because it sounds exactly like I've heard Clee's dialogue. Yeah. Well, that's not a good sign. First time in the entire story, she shows what she's capability of. Hmm. That's actually pretty bad. Now we're getting to the crux of the story. There we are getting to the crux of the story. So, whatever happened, I still have maintained the event. Whatever happened at with Hollow Zero, as an example, something really bad. Because that's like in this story. Now it's probably gonna take them about 5 years to run through the story, or 4 even. Roughly, it's going to take them. Yeah, it's going to take them a good little bit. I mean, they could tell the story in maybe 3, but then they'd burn it all out. But whatever's going to actually happen is a long way down. There's actually a lot of stuff, like the fall of. You have to understand, the fall of, I would say, the temple, not the temple. So that's just a story, because Trigger's story is roughly similar. Because that's actually one thing I've gathered. I think a lot of players that have been piecing together the actual lore. Now, if they stick to it, it's probably going to be dark as shit, because whatever actually happened to Point Blank, because if she was one of the last remaining disciples, I cannot even imagine. Because supposedly, if you look at it, It would explain why Summit clearly became a weaker faction. No offense, why is it bad? Doesn't look like it's gonna be good for when it does go off. Though. Because we've been just dealing with the outflares of it. Much to do though. But I do want to go out. Look, cats. I have plans. I was hoping the story would just be done in 4 hours, but apparently no. Too much to ask between that and minor tasks. So. Don't know how much. But I will catch people another day. I'll stream tomorrow, so that could be an issue. But anyway. Remember, some be gay bands. I do think this story is gonna do something, because whatever has to deal with in my asthma in the teacher, because either it's gonna be more explanation of it. Because a lot of the teacher is to blame, but everyone knows the teacher's innocent. Is the thing. The teacher is innocent. But there's also the thing about, yeah, they just absorb stuff in. So that is actually, it makes a lot of sense with their techniques. Like they're just absorbing the corruption, but it also is when the hollows expanded and exploded out. Because it's similar to the Honkai corruption in but worse. It's like a radiation effect. That's why I said parts of this story, like New Eridu clearly has the main hollow. But like they really have not explained what happened because it now they'll drip feed the story forever. They can't. They probably won't explain it till they have all 7 what's it called, harbingers, void hunters out though. You're looking easily at 7 years. But I don't know. Depends how really eager they get though. We're gonna go through all 7 void hunters before we find out that though. And then by then the story will not. I have a feeling the story is gonna shift, but probably not by much though. At least you'll know the story until the major actors play out. But anyways, I'm going to go out. It's a Sunday evening. And not to be like gay beans and other people who don't have lives, of course. I do have lives. Don't be like Chris Bacon. And next week, trying to gather people, or I'll do it myself. But those streams are very boring to me unless I have somebody to play off of. I do have games next week, and then PlayStation and the Xbox. The Xbox Game Fest. Now, I will say the Xbox Game Fest, or like reveal, looks better, and they revealed the new ROG Ally or Alloy. Now that looks more interesting. But till then, I shall be out. But I will be live tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Okay. So, but I am going to go out and whatever else. Mm-hmm. I will catch people then. I think, though, I could sit through this, but I don't want to sit another 4 hours. Or 3 hours. But this is definitely feels like it's going to be longer than the outer rings. So I have to pace myself or I'd be here all day.